like a light, lighting up in the dark. You make it right, I forgot how to act, it's so classic. Every time you make me nervous and I lose my words. It's been a while since I forgot the most simple words. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Now I know why it never worked out before. High low, it would always turn out bad, so bad. But every time we start a fight, we always stop in time. We both know how to be gentle, never cross the line. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Sometimes, but I know we're safe. Two peas in a pod, a roller coaster to walk out the door. We could be in control, but we just keep on putting on a show. And baby, I don't mind it. Living proud, they don't get it. That we are two peas in a pod.
Coming right back into it. Where was I? Where did I stop? Okay, so I got the windows. I remember this. This is where the door is going to go. I remember that. I got the other windows. I remember this. I did all of this in stone because I'm a freaking psychopath. I think I remember this. Do I still... Ah, they don't leave it open. That's fine. Open our reference image. Way up here. Dino, welcome to stream. You were the first chatter. It took you a long time to get here, even if Quackbot doesn't think so. How are you doing, Dino? How was your vacation, my man? I know you just got back. Which reminds me, I need to send a quick message. There's that. Very quiet. Your vacation was very quiet, or am I very quiet? If your vacation was very quiet, excellent. If I'm very quiet, turn it up on your end, I guess. I haven't changed anything. My mic volume is quiet. Maybe that's because I just wasn't like inhaling the thing. I can't turn it up much more than it is without blasting out things. But my music could be a little louder than usual. I turned that down just a bit. Let me know if that sounds better. But it also could have just been me, my position to the mic. This is what we're building. This is what I've been building. I started yesterday. Still soft. You have your audio to max. I haven't changed anything with my mic. It's about as close as it's ever been. If it's any closer, I am licking this thing. And I see that I'm in the yellow in OBS. Let me see. That's better? Okay, so it might have just been positioning for me. And of course, talking up a bit more. Which I can do. How was your vacation, Dino? Well, I remember where I stopped. Alright, it was this little ring thing. I dropped this in here. I messed up, but it's fine. We can fix that later. And we're figuring out, we're going to be putting... I'll kind of turn into a square when I shove windows here. Vacay was good. Very hot, so you're happy to be back? Excellent. Excellent to hear. Yeah, we finally came out of our heat wave. I have a high of like not 80. I have a high of 75 here today. I'm super happy for that. Let's see. What else are we doing? This is such a big build. I'm so bad at building at a reasonable scale for sure. But this is home to like the very first like order of paladins in Azeroth. So like you're back in your building group. I'm getting back into my building group. I hadn't built in so long that it took me all day just to do this. And then like I jumped over to Calvin's stream and he built an entire statue thing in like just a few hours, like an hour. And it took me all day just to do this. I've got to get back into it. I think we're going to push this corner into this circle so this like evens into the circle a bit better. I think, or like get it flush in there, kind of like this corner is. We started off with some big circle-y-ish shapes. Not quite circles, but this turned into circles. This is going to hide a staircase. That's what the idea is here. Let's see. Calvin's been improving. Yeah, that man is an absolute monster. And I know it's a lot to compare myself to someone who's been doing this for like years. And getting quicker and quicker each year. But that's the whole reason of this project is I'm throwing away the part of my brain that has to find reference images and think of what to build and where to place it and how like all the little stuff of building a full custom world. That's the whole point of the Azeroth aspect, and to just build. I'm not going to get better if I don't place blocks, and I'm not going to get faster if I don't place blocks. So just place blocks. I get to take out that entire part of the equation, which I think is pretty good. Okay, I did make this all hollow, but I made a mistake, and I did not leave the... I accidentally replaced the blocks in between, so I can't do a select all. I'm going to have to clean that up by hand. Oh, well. But yeah, did you happen to catch his yesterday's episode of Calvin? I know he made a statue. Big, beautiful stone statue, and then his stream was like, hey... What is this Forever World? This is me rebuilding World of Warcraft, but in Minecraft. A couple of people have done that in the past. Like the last project I saw doing it was over 10 years old. So it's been a long time. Most of those were either like I built Icecrown Citadel, and it was like 10 years ago, so it was like just ice blocks. No other blues, no other texturing, shading, like none. Like it was all very like proto building, if you would. And it's not that they're bad builds, like great builds, but for the time, to scale, no, not to scale. Like for example, we have this here. This is a really, because like it's from a video game, so there's a lot of things that like don't make sense if you dig into it just a little bit. For example, like so this is Northshire Abbey. It was the home. It's where when the orcs came into Azeroth and started attacking humans, they needed to fight back. And the priests at the Abbey were like, we need to be able to fight. So they created the first paladins lore. So this is where they learned and trained. And like, you have two wings of this place. You have the war room, which is this wing here, which in the game is literally just a big circle table. And around the wall here is just a balcony that you can walk around. You literally go up the stairs, walk around the balcony, walk back around, go down the stairs, a big circle table. But we have space here, so we're definitely going to make it bigger. I think we'll do the war room, but I might also over here do like some separate side rooms and make a bit more sense, like maybe like an armory or something. We could fit that in. So it's not going to be to scale, and it's not a one-for-one recreation. Like over here's the library, and in the game you walk through. Now, granted, in the game, I want to say it's like in the corners is where everything is, because you walk in, you have the wall here. Up here is the ceiling, and that's kind of where the staircase goes. All of this is going to go, like, I know this is all going to get destroyed, so I'm not worried about this too much. Because over here, you have, and I actually have a reference image. I'm doing all of this by memory. Right here, you can see that you walk inside, and then you have the staircase here. This is the door over. This is the door towards the library. This is towards the war room. And we've kind of already got that being built out. I did change it a bit by centering it. It's fine. It's more of a loose. I picked a hard build to start out. Not a hard one, I don't think. It's pretty much. It's just a big church. It's a big church, and like this is gonna be the library. That's gonna be the war room, and it's not a one. It's just like a heavily inspired by. I think that's gonna be the case for most of everything we build. Yeah, I think that'll be most of what we build will be more of a inspired by rather than a one-for-one creation. Because like I have seen like here's all of Azeroth, and they just picked up the map data, dropped it into a program, and it built up the voxels from there. And I didn't want to do that either. I want to get better at building, so I'm taking some liberties. So for example, I don't need that. Well, yeah, for example, like here on the floor, this pattern on the floor. Granted, I'm not going to be able to recreate this whole pattern on the floor, all of this little filigree, but we can try. We can get kind of close. They take some shortcuts, so like you could see, like they just shoved some bricks inside of their windows to hide that these were windows. We can do something there maybe. Here's a good example. Like I'm not gonna all of this in here. I'm not gonna be able to do all of this detailing, so we'll play around and see what I can kind of create, but more of an inspired by, yeah. Like the interesting with this one is that it's based off of a real church, but that real church actually has a real steeple, and this one does not really. Like this is the steeple, but usually you expect like a full tower, not just everything being so squatted. But it works. You see here we have this torus that I dropped in here to start the shaping for this, and then this turns into a square. And right now I'm just kind of figuring out how to marry the square here with this. It looks like it's going to be a lot bigger. I don't know. I think I'm going to remove this part here, but I need to get the staircase up. So let's go ahead and clean up the inside part of this torus. And since I messed up, I'm going to have to do this as well. Start on a hexagon. I had started on a hexagon. If we look down here, you can kind of see right here, this was a hexagon that I slammed everything into. But then the interior, though, isn't a hexagon. It's a rounded staircase. That's what gave us yesterday. That's what gave us the circle shape here, is purely the staircase. And that's what showed me that like this was a little off. So I'm gonna flush that in there. I think that'll be hidden. That won't be anything that anybody will see, because this back corner here is actually stables. And on this side, it's the graveyard. Brain froze. But yeah. Oh, this was a hexagon. So yeah, but also no, but also yeah. I guess I can. Yeah, let me delete the torus. I remember, so for some of it, it's because they were all polygons, and like, look at this, low poly. This is after graphical updates, because this is retail, not even classic. I could probably go in and try hexagon instead. Yeah, I might do that. I had to delete the torus by hand. I don't have history. But yeah, we could try that. I don't mind that. Let me delete this then. And then, yeah, I think we might be able to get away with it. That's a good shout. And then I'll put the top of the stairs here, because I think you're supposed to be able to walk around in here. Some things, so you can see how everything kind of leans forward. I'm not doing that. You know better than I do. And I think you're right. I think making this into a hexagon makes some sense. But you know better as well as I do that if I do that lean forward, you could kind of get it, but it's just gonna. I think it's gonna look messy. So I got rid of that. Like this is just gonna be straight. It's gonna look structurally sound. Right here, this might have to come out a little bit. They're not supposed to be very big rooms, but it's kind of like a barn roof shape. The roofs are very simple, which I'm happy with. Need to use walls, etc. It wouldn't look good. Yeah, exactly. Even at a smaller scale, I don't think the lean forward. I'd have to specifically build with that in mind, and I don't think it would look good. This pronounced lean, then I won't be able to copy that. Let me go ahead. We'll just magic select all of that and get rid of it, and I'll just place these back right quick. And yeah, we'll figure out the size of this hexagon. I think you're onto that. I think that's the call. And luckily, I marked the center of the build. That's what these logs are. That's the direct center, so I can keep everything centered. I've missed having you in chat, Dino. You're great to bounce ideas off. By the way, my stream has changed a lot. Obviously, I've got the frame around me. I built that out to hide chats. Working on a butcher shop. Ooh, nice. Something you might like. I have a shopping list, and I already talked to Calvin. He's fine that I was inspired by a lot of his redemption ideas, but I have a whole new redemption system. Let's see. Can I find the command for it right quick? Because I'm still trying to memorize all of my new commands. So, I know you're in my Discord. I have a new... Ah, that worked. I did have to turn off the audio for that. It was getting in the way of some of the sound effects ones. I have to remake all of my Twitch redemptions in StreamerBot. I'm going to turn that down in my ears for a second. Somebody redeemed Quack, and Twitch was like, ding, with the quack and everything. But I have a new chat-based commands, and I got to find out... Was it you? No. Yeah, if you just check out my Discord right quick, my server, you'll see the under server info, it's stream redemptions. I have a whole list. Could just be the resolution. I do have a drop shadow on it, but it could be a resolution problem. I haven't actually checked that out live yet. Let's see. Ah, yeah. You're right. At 720, that drop shadow's rough. I'm going to have to figure something out there. Because I don't want a big chat box. Because my chat can be pretty quiet for a while. You missed a T. You do need coins for that one. But I'm assuming that you already checked that out. You can check your balance. Chatting increases the amount of gold you get. Just hanging out here, you'll get it passively. I'm not saying to do it, but... there is a small hack to get extra gold, because I technically can't. I have no way. There is a cooldown on it. I want to say it's like 15 minutes or something like that. You don't get extra gold per chat after, like, you have to like chat and then for like 15, 20, however many minutes. Yeah, I'm smart. There's only one loophole, and there's nothing I can do about that one at this time. I don't know how I would do it. But not too many people are trying to watch me on multiple platforms. I don't know how to, like, it's not a big secret. Like, anybody with, if I can figure out the, like, oh, this is a small hacks. Why not just extrude or smear up? Okay, listen, I could. Actually, smear is probably the shout. Smear is the shout. Maybe it's because I was just having fun hanging out with you, okay? Did you think of that? You just want me to get done now. I understand. Smear is the shout because it won't break anything else. Yeah. I can't extrude because if I extrude this, it won't extrude here. It doesn't consider this corner touching. But that works. Oh yeah, this was my first time using the freehand select. Was making this doorway. Gosh, I made this huge, but honestly, I think for like the first order of paladins, right outside of this capital city of Stormwind, it kind of feels good as this big cathedral-like feel, without being a full cathedral, but it feels big, and I think that feels good. I'm kind of liking the scale of it right now. I might reduce the size of these side passages though. What do you think? Before we commit, should we? Do you think the scale of these side passages? Because I can show you a top view. I got a ton of reference images. Let me get the top view so you can see what I'm working with. So you have you enter here. So this is the war room and this is the library. You can see the stable here, and there's a little graveyard here. That's obviously going to get bigger. I'm kind of tempted to flip it. Happy you can nag. So you're hey, if nagging me is your unwind, that's fine with me. Let's see. So this is the entrance. Maybe thinner and longer. Maybe. Yeah. I'm thinking... Hold on. Freehand select. I'm thinking like... if we bring it... What do you think? To like this line here? That's pretty long. Like that's the hard thing with building at scale when I'm building up in the sky. Oh. I missed a line. I think that's the hard thing with building at scale. Like this is pretty long. This is a library. And it's big. So should I bring it into like, what do you think? About here-ish or... We can... let me see. Oh, this is lightly modded. I don't know if I've told you that. I don't think I've mentioned it today. It is lightly modded. I have create Steam and Rails. So this is a 1.20.1. I am going to go and I found out like Pale Garden and a few other things have been backported through mods. So I'm probably going to go and grab that. I love Pale Moss, so I want to get that in here. It's so good to use with Tough and Stone that I want it. But it does also mean we have all of Create's blocks. And not too many. I didn't want to overload myself with like some of the other mod packs I've tested for like a day, and I was like, I can't wrap my brain around 10 billion blocks. But having Viridium, I'm so happy to have Viridium. I love this block. Having the Scoria is so good. I haven't actually built with Scorchia yet, but I'm excited to. Having the Crimsite and the Azurine is going to be super good too, especially when we get into Stormwind, where all the roofs are different colors. I think all of this is going to get real used a lot. I'm super excited that we have all the Create blocks and all of those variants. I have no idea where I'm going to use this, but I settled on Create, and it's because I asked around a couple of my friends. I asked ChatGPT even, and because of this being World of Warcraft and the heavy steampunk vibes, I want cogs and wheels and movement. I think eventually we can even build up to doing very aesthetically focused Create builds, which some people do. Some people do make their farms aesthetically creating, but most people don't ever go beyond an aesthetic windmill. Like they're like, here's a windmill, it moves, it's pretty. And I want to see what if we can really push the art aspect of that mod. I'm going to try to break it, and I'm going to have fun. But yeah, just as a note, as we're building, we'll be able to start playing with some of these other colors, and I'm very excited for that. So we're not just regulated to a few blues and a few greens, mostly blue. There's not a lot of like this is blue, but we don't have a whole lot of like blue. We have a lot of like more of the copper kind of blue. I got off topic, but yeah. Let's see. Let's take our gray. We'll take a gray wool. What do we think? Right there-ish? It does open this to be a bit more of like a thing, but we'll work that out later. If we do it thinner, I think I think this length might be pretty long, but where did I do it? 1, 2, right here. And this is why I love Axiom. We can just get in and we can very, very, very quickly prototype different sizes without feeling like we wasted a whole lot of time. Oh, I never did make like an official announcement or anything. It's not for any like big drama reasons. I did leave the Artisan Collective, so I'm not going to be doing any more videos on the AC. I'm still friends with all the artisans. It is no drama or anything like that. It's just that I got in. I'm very, very happy for the opportunity they gave me to like make SMP videos. But I was making a lot of videos where anytime I made the video, I was like, I'm not really doing anything that other people aren't. And I don't have like the musical skill that Color does. And I really wasn't able to hit a stride where I was like, I felt like people wanted to watch these videos. So I talked that with the artisans. They already know that this is going to be my focus for a while, is just getting better at building. It's also kind of pairing into the fact that I'm playing a ton of World of Warcraft right now. Not really. It's more of just kind of a growth thing. Like, they're still making their videos. They're still having a ton of fun. I'm still hanging out with them. I'm still trying to figure out. Let me see if they ever responded to that. They haven't responded yet, but I'm still going to be playing with Ames and Emerald and everyone else doing other games. Like, we're still friends. It's just kind of increasingly I was falling more and more in love with just building, like hanging out with you in your streams, hanging out with Calvin. I was like, man, I kind of really want to explore this, and it's hard to do that because like this takes time to learn, and I needed that time. I think I don't mind this width. This is still a ton to build with. But if we keep this, we might need to bring it in a bit. Okay, this one you're not part of it anymore. What kind of content you want to make? Yeah. For me, it was, so a lot of the artisans want to make content where they're just playing with their friends. And that is a noble and fantastic and wonderful goal. And while not always opposing, my goal at the end of the day is content that people want to watch. And it's not that I'm chasing every single view I can get. It's just I couldn't keep ignoring that my SMP videos got 100 views, while my non-SMP stuff got a couple thousand views. And even the stuff that I really poured a lot of energy editing, it just didn't, like, I didn't get the return that I was looking for. So that's ultimately what led. Oh, I broke this. No, this needs to stay. I'm a goofball and a goober. This is a wall that stays. It's actually around the corner of this that gets broken. I might need to. I have a character parked in this abbey in World of Warcraft, so I can jump back in and out and do the walk around. But yeah, you walk in, and this wall is actually, there's actually a wall right here that you walk over to here, and then this opens up. Creative building, single player. Yeah, I think I'm gonna kind of. I really like what Calvin started doing with his Vendaria stuff, and I was already kind of loosely thinking that. My tutorials always do really well. Whereas I've never been a teacher, I've been a trainer. I'm working with IT, having to explain complex things in a very simple fashion. It's just something I've done my entire adult life. And that's a comfort for me. Like, I'm able to just do that. And I've seen, like, I tested myself with my Redstone video, because like you see Redstone tutorials, and there is a reason Shulker Craft, like, I know in the Redstone community they have a really bad rap, and it's deserved. It's deserved. Don't steal people's builds. Don't just put a note in the description when called out that you're stealing people's builds. Freaking say, hey, this is this person's build. Go watch their video. But also, here's a quick way to do it because we edit better. And like, you just, objectively speaking, as hard as that sounds, like as that is to hear, it's really cool to listen to someone like Il Mango go through the weeds of it. Most people don't want the weeds. So I think there's a place there for building tutorials and like the Axiom tutorials, kind of like what Calvin does. He doesn't get into the weeds. It's always really cool. And watching him build up that world while explaining how he's doing it is probably going to be the next few kind of videos I make. Also, probably just some build time lapses of, here it is. I'm going to see if I can't, I know I can do it in flashback, where if I do a replay, or I start recording, and then I do a animated rebuild in Axiom, it will record that. I'm relatively certain I can do that with the replay mod as well. If not, we're going old school with it. I will grab the animated I will do animated rebuilds and stuff, and I'll go grab a second account. I'll log into my wife's account, or I'll make a second account, throw it in a server, kind of go old school, because it is 1.20.1, and I know Mulberry won't ever backport. I wish he would. I'd be so happy. I'd pay for it, but he won't. What was I? Sorry, my pills are also just kicking in, and so that's pairing with morning coffee. I ate breakfast and everything. So here we are. I think this might be a bit big. I don't know. Oh, I alt-tabbed. I meant to just shift. Oh. I'm clever. Hold on. If I'm just doing single player, I just had an idea. I thought. Not you. Controls. This is also one of my favorite little mods, keybinds, is Controlify. Which makes it sound like a controller mod. It's not. It's just, I can do this. And then, category, Axiom. Instead of B for my context, no, B for the context menu is fine. Instead of right shift, my editor UI, I'm going to do tab. And then here, I'm going to do list players, and I don't need to do that. Can't wait to see what I end up posting. Yeah, I can't either, because I have no idea what I'm going to end up posting. Because it's all pretty tight around the circle. And go back to building, will be lurking. Not a problem. I'm not saying to also watch on YouTube, but if you want to be able to save up gold for the big stuff, but also kind of spam stuff, you could. It doesn't hurt my metrics at all. I have no way of saying this person is also this person, since it's two different users on two different platforms, technically. Just a note. Way to passively make some passive income and give me some better metrics. File, open reference image. Wait, what was that? Interesting. I kind of want this thinner, but also, I mean, it's going to naturally get a bit thinner when we push this up here. Extrude, and we're going to shrink you. Let's see. If I can't just do that, it'll have to go to here and no. Bring you both in, like right there? No. Yes. Bam! Flushed. And by doing that, I kind of messed this up a little bit, but I don't think it'll be noticed. Because, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Well, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. So technically there-ish. I think that's a small theme that nobody will notice. Except for maybe right. Honestly, if I just put that there, bam, there. Literally, no one will see it. And over here, we're flush now. Cool. And expand. Shrink, shrink. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Perfect. At least these are centered. This is still going to be centered. That's fine. This is fine. Cool. Cool. We can just... We were talking about doing a, what you call it on this side? Oh. And then, oop, I'm hitting the wrong. Close, close. Okay. I know it's 20 minutes before my first break, but I've got to use the restroom right quick. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and run them ads. I'm going to put the AFK screen on. I will be right back in a few. I need an ad screen. I need to see what's triggering Quackbot at the 180 sec. That was something I downloaded, and I got to see if I can't do something visually for that. I kind of want to do something visually for that. So I know very clearly ads are still going. Because I don't know what all people can hear while my ads are going. It's so vague. And I know YouTube is way different because it doesn't have the Twitch ads like everyone else does. So yeah, I want a little like overlay screen thing for ads. Oh, my sub goal. I had a sub goal yesterday. And a follower goal yesterday. While I was offline. Okay, let's see. Right. Shape, and we want not an octahedron, is it? We want to make sure to turn off offset. Here we go. And oh. Let's see 73, see what we get. Gives me a flat side there, but not there. Aw, I didn't want to Control Z the whole thing, just a rotation. It does not like the Control Z the rotation. That's a bit of a butt. I don't remember the exact number of sides I used. Would have had to been 8, I guess. And then on each of these points is where we can put the thing. Let's see. So we got our roof. Forest is always a circle. And then everything else is like an actual full-on 3D shape, which is not what I need, actually. Thank you. Cylinder, no. Dodecahedron, no. Because I'm not seeing a place to do like number of sides. I guess if we keep it flat. And then what we want to do is, one, keep existing, just in case I override anything, I can quickly get rid of it. 2, we'll go ahead and do gray wool as a different color. And then for the width, I'm thinking just maybe 71. We can close it by hand. 73, I think, was the butt. We see a clear center for each of these. Bum, bum, bum. And then I need to build a smaller version of this above it. So let's see. We have open reference. This is what we're building right here. which actually doesn't look right. That's actually closer-ish. Yeah. I think that's it. Except for whatever the heck's happening right there. That's weird. Why is it doing that there, but not here? It's so weird. What if we place this here, and then we can just go ahead and extend this out and straighten this and this? Should be fine. I don't know why it's like that. That's weird. And then we'll take a copy, and we can just copy and paste, or we can extrude it all up and make our shape from there. Now, for this, it is like a weird where, like, it kind of points in, and I don't know if we're actually going to do that. I don't know. We'll see once we start actually detailing it out what the end shape is going to be. We're kind of sketching right now so I can get an idea of everything else. So how about we place this, and then I can keep using the wrong hotkey. Let's see. Do I bring this out to not touch? Where are we here? Are we touching? We're riding the line right there. Riding the line. Riding the line. Yeah, so this should honestly just do this. And that should be perfectly fine. Oh, Calvin just went live. Speaking of the Santa building, clone, we'll grab you, we'll grab you. Nope. Well, okay, I think I can do that. I didn't mean to throw that away. Thanks, Quackbot. All right, and then 1, 2, 1. Like I messed up somewhere. No. A little trick to get a quick straight line is to use a smear tool. And then need to remember the right hotkey. 29. That one's 29. What's this? Is this also? That's 29. Perfect. That's 30, so not perfect. Okay. And Ames went live. Everyone's so busy this week. Let's see. 2. And that's 29. Perfect. Yo, happy not Monday. Still at work, but wanted to pop in and say hi. Well, hello, Evil Dead. How are you doing today? Thanks for stopping for the hi. And Quackbot's been turned into a bit more of a grouch than he usually is. Cool. Okay, I think that's about the shape. So window, 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 window. And is it, since it's all connected, I should, theoretically, be able to just extrude it up. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Great. Now, if I, maybe, no, I can't easily extrude it out. That's okay. We mostly just need it as like 1, 2, 3. Where does I put my center? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I need to go up one more. You're good. Just eating some lunch before going back to the grind. How are you? I'm doing great. Sorry that you're getting attacked by my bot, but other than that, I'm doing great. I'm very excited. I've been getting started on this project. I've been wanting to do it for quite a few weeks, months, and I'm kind of been pushing it off a long time. And it's nice to be like in it. Let's see. Because what we're doing is we're building Northshire Abbey.
And this, Evil_dead subscribed to your channel for 2 months.
Oh, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate that. It all worked. And all my alerts work. I have visual alerts. Who would have thought eventually a streamer would have visual alerts? But this is what I'm building, and I've been wanting to do this for a while, and I'm very excited to actually get started on it. Mostly, I want to be a better builder, and this is how, by placing blocks. And so yeah, we're going to be rebuilding this entire zone in Minecraft and improving upon it. It's going to be a lot of inspired by rather than a block for block recreation, but yeah. And thank you so much for the sub. Not necessary, but always happy to have it. yeah, I think this is kind of the part where we were looking at is getting this measured out, and now I'm going to drop the windows so we have the height of our tower so I can build the staircase inside. So let's see. I think this is probably a good height for those windows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. Yeah, that seems like a good height for those windows, and we can start from there and just if we had to go up, we had to go up. Let's see, a basic shape. I turn off hollow and I turn you back into stone. Give me a second. Reset rotation. I kind of already get most of the shape right there like this. Obviously, it needs to get way smaller. This is what I love most about Axiom, is just being able to quickly sketch shapes. Like this would take me forever to do by hand. Let's see, am I centered here? I don't think I am. I'm not. There I am. It should be a lot further in though. I think what it is that this all right here goes in more. So I'm going to drop this shape here just so we can keep looking. I don't know if I want to kick these little wings out more so that this doesn't feel so squished, or if I just lose this. I think what we do is we lose this. So let's grab, shrink you. We're just going to extrude. Oh, no, can't do that much. Can't do that much. Never mind. Okay, so we'll have to do this by hand, and that's okay. Like, it didn't have to be by hand, but it'll just be... Like, we can also do it this way, where we come here, we do the... Not my freehand draw. Free select. How'd that work? It doesn't go through? Cool. Back to the grind? Excellent. Not a problem. Feel free to lurk. You actually earn in-stream currency by just hanging out and lurking now. I'm empowering my lurks. But enjoy your day at the office. And you're not Monday. Excuse me. I'm just going to do this by hand. Sometimes it's just satisfying to get in and clean it up by hand. When I get all of this line broken though, then we can do the magic select. Rue1RP, well hello. Welcome back to stream. How are you doing today? Hopefully we're going to be streaming a bit longer than I did yesterday. It's only 1 o'clock here. I can go for a while. Alright, I should be able to just magic select this and then delete it. Brilliant. And then actually what we'll do is we're going to take exactly the same height. We're going to do the same thing in here. We're going to delete up here. I just can't extrude down because it's not technically connected, but this is fine. This don't take very long. Yeah, how are we doing this wonderful Tuesday? Cool. All right. And then what's missing over here? What did I do? Oh. Must have grabbed that by accident. Any other little... Nope. All right, because this is supposed to come out a bit, actually. And then this sits like right on top of this. So how far out will this go, I wonder? Good? Excellent. I'm happy to hear you're doing well. How about me? I'm doing great. We're going to try. I'm going to duplicate, and then we're going to scale. And we are going to double this and see what happens. Oop, nope, that was way too big. So we're going to try that again. Delete that. Duplicate. Rotate scale. Now 1.5. Still way too big. And also, how does it... Honestly, might need to just go in and like pull everything out by hand. I made this. I had to make this mostly by hand. All right. Can I do this without getting gross? One expand. Do that, then that. It's still two. Right, there's only one here. That's what I was worried about. Is because like... Oh, thank goodness. Still using I just changed my hotkey for how to get into the Axiom menu, and it is throwing me off. Oh, right. I was just messing with that. So do this. Let's take our rotation and reset it. Let's bring you up. Let's make you much bigger. Let's go with like 75. Sure. Follow you for a second. Let's do 70. Sure. How many sides? 1, 2. And I did rotate this a little bit. What had happened when I first hit exactly here, you see it wasn't quite even, so I ended up going in and kind of cleaning it all up by hand, but I guess this gets us started. How far out do we want this? And then a little bit of roof right here. Have it go into there. And what does this make this? How wide? A few blocks. Not bad. Not bad. If I put this at exactly 70, will it fix my issue? No, actually. Just kind of made it worse. That's annoying. About 68 or 69. I think 69 is the closest, and then we'll go in and we'll fix it. And I think having it be about yay thickish. What am I building? Hi D, how you doing? I'm building this church from World of Warcraft. Technically it's an abbey, but you know, tomato. Thank you for being my third chatter here. Am I doing the schematic for it or going to be on a super flat? Kind of. I don't know if I'm going to be doing like. I might post them, but I'd have to be careful since this is all like, it's not a one-for-one recreation of Northshire Abbey, but it's heavily inspired. Like I'm rebuilding Azeroth. I'm being very open about that. So I don't think I can sell stuff as like custom builds, like hide it behind a Patreon or anything. But I don't know. I haven't gotten that far since this is literally build 1, and I kind of wanted to see what, you know, what everybody thought when I was done. When I was done building it, like, is this something that people are interested in continuing to watch? Is it something I'm interested in continuing to build? I was kind of trying to be very true to it, but with just a few minor alterations, and already because of the scale I started at, I was like, oh, I can do a lot of different things and really make this look like the home of the very first Order of Paladins in World of Warcraft. And, like, not just a rundown little church, but make it look like a proper, like, oh, yeah, this makes sense that this is where they trained. It doesn't matter. I don't mind it still looking a little older and, like, used, but it can actually look like a proper home for them, which I think is kind of cool. I do think this is probably going to come in a bit. Going into my town or for fun. Neither. I'm going to be doing all of, currently the plan is, if there's interest, as long as there's interest, both from me and viewers, is to build all of Azeroth, all of World of Warcraft, block by block. So I'm gonna be doing this Abbey, and it's gonna be staying. I'm gonna be building around it. This is literally the center of the world for this, and then we'll do the rest of the valley. We'll do there's supposed to be a vineyard. There's a mine, and like. There needs to be infrastructure for all of that. There's road that goes all the way out to Goldshire. Goldshire eventually connects to Stormwind. And of course, I need to start on the orc side stuff, so I'm not giving too much to just the humans. But I figured Elwyn is a very traditional medieval style, so it was nice to start with. Oh, WoW? Yeah, and literally, I'm rebuilding WoW. There have been a couple of people who've done builds from it, like Icecrown Citadel from like 10 plus years ago. Some others had picked up WoW's map data, dropped it into a program, and had Minecraft, pun intended. Excellent. Always intend your puns. Don't be a coward. I know D ain't no coward. But yeah, I don't think anybody's actually done a one-for-one. Big project? Yeah. The whole point of it, I think I need to bring this in. I think this is a bit too big, but we'll see when I'm done with the tower. I'm really bad at building, like figuring out the exact scale that I should be building at. It's so easy to build huge in Axiom. This will not be redone in survival. Once it's done in creative, it's done. Most I'll do is I'm going to do each zone in a different world, and then I might find a project where I can pick up those builds and place them around, or schematics, blueprints from Axiom, and we replace everything in a proper world. I might do different worlds for the different assets, and then one world for everything, and kind of just see what builds from there. Because we'll have to do mountains, we'll have to do the trees, we'll have to build all of it. And the reason I picked it is twofold. One, I'm deeply familiar with World of Warcraft. I've been playing the game on and off for pretty much since it launched, so over 20 years. I'm very familiar with all of the different zones and the lore, and I'm happy to go back to those areas and really pay attention to the art and the style that went into them, because the artists for WoW have always been like its big thing. Like, no matter how bad the game's been mechanically, people have always been like, man, but these zones look great. Everything looks amazing. And yeah, it's nice to pay homage to that. It's also nice to solve a little bit of the world building stuff that, you know, you can't have in the video game. Like, where would these guys sleep? There is no sleeping area in Northshire Valley built out in the game, because, like, why would you build a game? Why would you do that? I can do that here in Minecraft, though. All right, let's see. I think that's a decent size. We just have to go and clean this up. So we're going to do this. We're going to do this. I'm going to grab... I'm going to delete this line. We're going to do a little bit of a hack I've learned to get a really straight line. First, I'm going to grab my ruler. We're going to make sure that everything's kind of evened out. Where's my rule tool? My ruler tool. 32, no. 33, perfect. I can do that. But yeah, I picked it. So one, very intimately familiar with Warcraft, with Azeroth, with all of it. But two, I want to get better at building. That is the end goal with this project, is to just place blocks until I can confidently say I'm a good builder. And like that really is like, oh, right, let me 1, 2, 3. That's fine. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna grab our extrude right quick. I'm gonna expand you. I'm gonna shrink you. Perfect. And then the ruler, it's 33. Break that. Perfect. And when it comes to build, like, there's two ways I could have gone about it. I could do what I'm doing right now, or I could have done what most people do, which is like their own custom world. But that would require going out and finding reference images, figuring out how to bring it over, and like, where do I want to put this kind of cliff? Where do I want to put this kind of building? And at least if I'm doing a rebuild like this, it just completely removes that aspect. It's gone. By the way, for both of you, but also for D, who's been here a while, I do have some brand new redeems, not in Twitch. Yes, in Twitch, a couple. But on my Discord, I have a whole redemption list in the redemption stream redemptions channel. Very, very clever naming there. If you wanted to check it out, you earn gold just by like hanging out in chat and being here. And I think that's pretty cool. I thought that was fun. And it's a good way for like YouTubers and Twitch viewers to both be able to interact with the stream. And that's kind of a weird freaking line, dog. Okay, let's see if I can't. Is there a way, or is it just a size? Oh, no. Because I didn't double. Yeah, so new redemptions. Some of it is for stuff like if you wanted to have something built in here, it can be done. Okay, so that would actually have to come out to make a straight line, which means cancel. If I do it from here instead, from that block? Let's see, this is from... Okay. Come back. Whee. But yeah, you earn gold. I know I have a command somewhere. That is straight. Well, yeah, hold on. 1 second. Ba-ba-ba-ba. The other was wonky? Yes. I need to find the exact like length for both of them to connect them both. Oh, I don't think I actually have a gold command. I'm gonna have to like I need a little place I can write that down. You just woke up, you're late for your stream. I mean if you want to hang out here for a bit. I'm probably gonna check out your stream later once you're streaming. You stream so much. I thought I was the full-time guy, and here you are just like, I'm gonna do it always. That's not a complaint. You're always online for sure. And I think this is the issue. That one went all the way to here. And this one goes all the way out. Yeah, this isn't like centered on this at all. That's why this is so wonky. So hold on a sec. I am probably going to have to extend these lines out a little bit more than they currently are, but they're not even, and that's why everything's super wonked. 1, 2, 3. Like, see, this is like so far out there. I don't know, I was having such a hard time to get in this shape in the shape tool, but whatever. Okay. 1, 2. 1, 2. Delete that. I'm getting faster now that I'm remembering. Tab is my new hotkey for Axiom. I just changed the hotkey and I am messing that up a lot. Whoop. Okay. Now, if I use the smear tool, I should be able to smear this to here and it'll be straight. Ah. Hmm. One, 2, 3. Is that not? Is that what it is? 1, 2, 3. That's what it is. I'm so clever and smart. Now we smear. D, if you're still in chat, what are you doing for your stream? I know you're still doing Dune, but how's that going? What's your plan? If you're not still here, I guess I'll ask you when you're streaming. Good. My background sound cancel thingy is working. I can't wait. I still need to make that. I need to send that email, make a call. I got a guy that's supposed to be in contact with me so I can get my crawl space fixed. I need to get it encapsulated. It needs to become separated from the outside world. So mostly what it is I live on a property with a well, and we get a lot of rain. We are not subject to droughts. And it has been so wet the last few years. My well is so good, it's so full that it comes straight up into my crawl space, straight from the center. Because my crawl space is unfinished, it's just dirt. And the encapsulation is supposed to fix that. It separates the crawl space from the rest of the world. And we got approved for the loan. Waited about 2 weeks. I'm a little doomed out. You know, you were doing emotes for a friend last night. Might try Apex again. They finally dropped the... Did they break the glass for emergency? Yeah, oh no, yeah, it's not great. I can, the way to enter my crawl space is... My house is weird. It's an older house, and it has what I guess would have been almost like a root cellar kind of entrance. But where that hole is, they ended up building. It's technically, I think the city classifies it as a covered patio. They built the garage attached to it, but instead of putting the garage right up against the house, there's a little hallway between the two. And the access to my crawl space is in that hallway, and I can smell the moisture on days where it really rains or when the snow is melting from the last winter, things like that. It's not great. But yeah, did they finally break the glass in case of emergency with the Lobo skin? Is that what happened? Is Apex hurting that much? Okay, so yeah, I'm not pleased, but it's getting fixed. We're gonna get everything dried out super good, and then I'll get them to come back, and we're gonna inspect the wood, make sure that none of the wood is actually rotted out. Like all of that can be handled. Like it's fixable stuff. I don't have any big holes in my foundation or anything like that. But like once that's fixed, then we're gonna put money into getting someone to to redo all of our door frames. Like I said, a lot of moisture, and even with treated wood, having the bottom of your frame just sit in snow for so long, it starts to absorb all that water up. It will eventually rot out. So I want to get my door frames replaced with PVC, with plastic. I know plastic's bad for the environment, but it will let it last a lot longer. It won't rot. And that's kind of big. Once those two are done, I can start replacing all of the screens in my windows. Whole midriff of Loba. Shattered glass. Let's see. Tools. Shape. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Roll you by 90. Make you way smaller. Do that. Turn off hollow. Let's see if I have it right about there. Granted, like this is going to get flattened out and made more square, I think. Maybe not. That's pretty much a shape perfect right there anyways. It does go in a little bit because there is a bit of roof right there. And we can see that also with our top-down image. I think maybe we'll get a view. Let's see. Yeah, you see right here, this is what we're building is these 4 windows here. Yeah, I know Rivals just dropped their swimsuit skins, and they're not even a break glass in case of emergency. I'm just convinced each and every one of those artists know what they're doing. It's not subtle. My only complaint with like I'm really enjoying Rivals. My only real complaint is like one, Overwatch has existed long enough that it's really frustrating to get people that won't pick what's needed to counter. Like you have 3 people playing a character that counters dives and my team is just nothing but dives. It really feels bad. And then 2, they don't have enough tanks and healers. It's really, really frustrating. They have twice as many DPS and they won't just drop tanks and healers. Like they just released Phoenix. She should have been a tank. She should have been a tank. They could even kept the same exact hitbox size, wrap her in the Phoenix Force that progressively gets smaller the more damage she takes. She could take a lot of damage up front, and you have to get better and better at hitting her until it comes back. Like, let her do that. Like, that's my 2 big complaints. Like, we need more tanks and healers, so people play tanks and healers. I I main tanks and healers, but it's really boring to only have a handful of options. You have 3 big shield ones that pretty much play the same. Then you have Thor, which they are removing. Like, he doesn't play as much of a dive anymore, but he's not quite good at the front lines. He's in a weirdish spot, but he can still be strong. And Cap, and that's congrats. That's a tanks. I play a lot of Emma Frost, and it's largely because she's the only one I can pick, and I'd be like, I'm reliable in a variety of situations. Penny's supposed to be the anti-dive, but congrats. BP kills people before her mines can do anything, and Spidey can just rip people out. So she's not, and she's not an answer to flyers. She doesn't fire fast enough or consistently enough. So, yeah, like the tank, like my biggest complaint for the devs for Marvel Rivals is that they clearly have a bias against tanks and healers. Like, they don't play the class. Let's see, 19. How big do I want to make this, though? I feel like a good size. 23? Doesn't match up quite with this, but it'll kind of like let me get in there. I feel like this kind of needs to be bigger, though. But how do I eat into that without, like, this? I might need to extend this a bit, make this a bit bigger. So I thought I had a good size for it, so I really didn't want to, but I might have to bring these little rooms out a bit more. Because in the world, these rooms are literally just like a few benches, and then people just chilling here. But I might make this into something a little different than that. Obviously, like, where these windows are, we're going to be punching this out, so this is going to look a lot more open. And then in our reference image, this one, you can kind of see that there isn't anything here. There is nothing, like, in between, but we'll probably add something since we have some more space. And probably extend this out a bit. Like, this will probably just get extruded like that. Make that thicker. Actually, I think I'm going to keep that thicker right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. But if I do that, yeah, it is all kind of really crunched here. The Venom Squirrel Girl, I have it. Yeah, I do buy the Battle Pass. I don't buy all of the little extra ones. I'm back and forth if I want to spend the $10 on the Luna. Like, I am dumping a lot of time into the game. It's just frustrating. You should pick it up as your main game, because I want to stack more people. But I need you to learn the game so I don't have you screaming in my ears that you don't know what's happening. Let me know when I want to play. I will. I'll DM you next time. I gotta... Because, yeah, it's... Micah and I still play it pretty regularly. It's just, dang, it's hard when you're not stacking people and you're not, like, communicating things. Yeah, I really enjoy playing Squirrel Girl. Her Venom skin, I would say, if I know you like Squirrel Girl, I think you'll like the Venom skin a lot. It changes the way her voice lines sound. It gives them the little Venom line. It's really cool. Or not line, but effect. It's really cool. I really like that skin a lot. You know what? Let's commit to the tower, and we'll just see how everything... If I build the roof and it looks all squished, I'll just pull it out a bit more, I guess. That's not that difficult to do. Same for over there. These two are going to be mirrored sizes, and as will these two. I think this is going to have to go inside more, which is kind of okay, depending on where we put these stairs. The stairs are just kind of going up to here, and that was the big thing. So yeah, let's see. If I do a path, where am I putting my staircase? Where did it start? Put YouTube right there for a second. Don't go nowhere. You've only played like twice. You've never played Overwatch. Yeah, I think the big thing, like, I know Dee streams, and she streams a lot of FPS stuff. I might just see if the next time she's streaming, she wants to jump in on something. I won't stream it. I won't stream competitive content on my channel. Let me see. I want to go ahead and I want to keep the stone thing as our, but we'll go andesite. Not on this account. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is your D23 account. And then, oh, we want to make sure that we're not just doing this. We are doing, not a line, a Bezier curve. And we're going to make sure we're using stairs and slabs. Actually. So I know staircase starts over here by this door. Five, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Spelled your name wrong in your art. You have to fix it. But all your vids. Oof. Aw. I've definitely kind of been there. Flat. We don't need a sphere. We're going to flatten it. Radius of 3 should kind of get us there. And then we're just going to go through and start fine-tuning this. Very quick way to get a staircase, though, for sure. And make sure like it's nice and smooth. Months and you didn't notice? Oh. Well, at least you did catch it before it turned into years, I guess. And we'll go in and we'll close this up like by hand as well. But I wanted to make sure. So we get here, we get above the door. We want to make sure to clear this door. And then there is a portion here about halfway up where it kind of flattens before going back up to the top. And you're able to like, there's these windows on the inside. So let's see. Can we... So we're above the door there. We're going to take this, pull you out a bit. Keep existing. I want to make sure we're not replacing anything inside of our wall. All right, let's see. Where's this? Like, we'll have to come in and just patch up some of these holes. But we come over to here. It's a nice little walkway around. We're going back up to the top. Let's see, bring that in a bit more. You're sending me some things and you gotta go? Hilarious. And yeah, that's definitely a break glass skin. Not nearly as racy as I thought their break glass one would have been. But enjoy! Bye, D! Alright, then I think we get to the top, right on top of the where those other stairs start. Cool. And then we can kind of like finish this, like I think this will be the tippy top. So that makes sense. And we'll start anything else from there. So I think that's our stairs. I will. Thanks, Quacked Bot. Some Bob Ross narration. Happy little staircase. Yes. Yes, and I'm very happy with our little staircase. Well, it's kind of a big staircase, but I'm happy with it either way. Alright, we're looking for any holes that we can patch over. And we're going to have to find a way to, like, decorate this up, because that is a lot. Let's see, put that there, and I think we'll do... All right. Get something down right quick. We can always make this look nicer when we actually get into the detailing and coloring phase. Mostly making sure we don't have any holes or we fall to our doom. Bob Ross paintings would be a nice decoration. Oh yeah. And I've considered potentially doing like custom map art as well, so we can take advantage of that as decoration in some places, especially around these. There's a lot of wall space. Now, granted, in this one, the interior here is going to have some windows here soon that'll look down, and we'll see what we can do for some like decorative stonework. But I like the idea of map art. Like, the whole point of this series is to challenge myself into building, and there's just so many wide armor stands and torched on fences. Yep, yeah. And of course, anything else we can do to like add life and make this look like it's a place where like people actually live would be great. All right, I don't think I have any holes. Easy way to find out though is we're going to toolbox, and we're going to bring our min brightness down. Options, video settings. Where's my brightness? There we go. Okay, go around, go around, go around. Okay. See right here, like, these are just where like slabs and stairs are, but it doesn't look like there's any big holes. Something's messing up though. Like, I shouldn't have to come in here and play with this just to reset the min brightness, but I do. Interesting. Oh well. I don't know what mod is messing that up, or if it's an update from Axiom I need to find. Oh, no, there was a hole right there we missed. And right there. And right there. Wow, that didn't work at all. I thought I was being clever. That's alright. We'll do one more lap up to make sure I didn't miss any on the interior wall. But yeah, I agree. Some paintings, some armor stands. One of my redeems is to get me into block bench, because I've been wanting to learn that forever, and I was like, that'll be... I guess that's a way to see, like, if anybody's interested in that, they can redeem it, and it forces me to have to actually go and do something in block bench. Good way to motivate. Like, this is the only canvas that's ever been able to, like, click in my brain, so I really want to get better at it. And I really want to, like, stretch myself and try to figure out all the different forms of making stuff here in Minecraft. All right, I think that's our staircase. And if that's our staircase, then I come back over here. Where's our entrance? This is our entrance. Which means I can finally, right around here-ish. I think this is the one. That's super satisfying. What do I prefer, CurseForge or Modrant? Neither, actually. I use Prism. It's open source. It works on both. I don't have to worry about any favoritism from either one. So that's the one I stick with, and it works. I haven't had any issues with it. I don't have to worry about a whole bunch of advertising being leaked into it or anything like that. You're right, Quackspot. That is what Azeroth ReCrafted is. That's what this whole project is. Hi. So we have stairs. Axiom helped out a lot with getting the stairs up. We have this interior here is going to get opened way up. That's what we're doing right now, is we're deleting out most of this. And over here, what is it? I have right about here-ish, this one. It's only meant to like kind of keep the look that, you know, like this is a circled room. And you will do the same over there as well. Might... Bedrock has a new building feature. I did not. What's the new building feature for Bedrock? I messed up my stairs. I might be able to fix that kind of quickly though. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go here, this, and this. Actually, you know what we can do? I'm gonna do... I messed up my stairs. Stairs aren't supposed to start here. That's why everything looks kind of off. The stairs are supposed to start over here. So what we're going to do is I'm going to clear this selection. I'm going to magic select. And we're going to do not block, but solid. And that's going to let me magic select pretty much the whole thing. But all I want... No. Wait. Crap. Actually, I don't know. Haven't checked it out, but you can find it in the launcher. Probably do a video off of it, just see how it works. Nice. Yeah, I don't do a whole lot with Bedrock. Pretty much I don't do anything with Bedrock. Oh, cool. You can just kind of drag, click and drag. That's super helpful. Okay, I think I've got all the andesite. So, what I need to do, I'm going to cut it with Control X. And since it is a perfect circle, I should be able to just do that. And this should mostly, I'm just going to have to go in and fix a couple pieces, which is perfectly fine. Hopefully it's not completely ruined. Is it really building if you're not laying the bricks one by one? Yes. That's like asking, is it really painting if you're not putting every drop on, like with an eyedropper? I would say yes. You gotta go? Not a problem. Thanks for hanging out, my man. We'll see you in the next stream. I'll be here tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday. I should be here tomorrow. I think it's Thursday and Friday I have appointments. How are you doing, Tarantaluca? It's a terrifying name. Somebody likes spiders, I can tell. Do I have my reselection if I go right back into Axiom? Let's find out, because I need to update all of these blocks. Nope, I don't. Let's do increase our range again. Actually, you know what? I don't need to do that. I can clear selection, bring this back. We're going to do box select. We're going to do this. Grab that point. That's excessive as all can be. And the wrong arrow. And the wrong arrow. All I want to do is trigger updates. Boop. That was all I wanted to do. Okay. I moved the stairs, which was what I needed to do. I moved the stairs over here. There we go. Which means I can take this out. Because if I'm pretty sure, I'm going to open up another reference image. I'm pretty sure. Do I have one of the interior like that? Yeah, all of this is open except for right here and the other spot right there by the main entrance. And that's, we're going to kind of try to emulate that. So this actually might need to get wider again. I might need to bring these back down. We'll see. Let me go ahead and do that now. We'll smear here, here, and bring you straight down. Here, here, and straight down. Not gay down, straight down. You guys understand. Also, how's the music volume compared to me, guys? If anybody doesn't mind letting me know, be great. Yeah, it's literally just this part and this part. So I think I kind of like it out to here. Does that block this door at all? No, it doesn't. It lines up perfect. So yeah, let's do that. Line up the door. So we're gonna grab here and here. We're gonna fix this right quick. And then we're gonna have our goodbye. Ooh. Goodbye. Exactly like that. And I think I'm just gonna need to fill in a floor over here at some point. Shrink. Shrink. Oh, no, that's why we do this with Control Z. I need to keep it underneath, because I actually do at about... There is a roof on this, so... Let's think. Be able to color the blocks when they're done? Yes, yes. Right now, everything's gray just to keep it simple. Honestly, I probably could have done... I could have done this in any color. Any color. I started with stone, so I've stuck with it. We'll do all the coloring and the detailing once I've got the shaping done. I haven't built in a very long time. It's been quite a few months. My last few builds were all organic, so it's just taken me a long time to get back into the rhythm of doing everything. And like I'm still in the I see it in my head, but I can't quite get it into the real world phase, and it's going to take a lot of repetition for me to fix that. Not stack, schmear. We're going to grab all the way to you, and we're just going to bring you back to about here. Looks good so far? Awesome, thank you. Are you familiar with World of Warcraft? I think I know who you are. But are you familiar with World of Warcraft? Like, with what I'm building here? It's lightly inspired at this point. I'm taking a lot of creative liberties. Let's see, we've come in. You could say that. Okay, fair enough. Oh, I gotta see. Perfect, didn't miss anything. Okay, so I know this is gonna get opened up. And I know there's a roof here. So let's see. This goes up to at least the bottom of here and probably to here. Frank. All right, and what we're figuring out right now is I'm going to bring this back down. So I know this section of wall right here is going to stay. I know this section is definitely going to stay. This is probably going to kind of get boarded up. I have an idea, and depending on how these two wings come out, I might go through with that idea, and that'll be kind of cool. I'm still happy with the size of this room, except for this might have to get bigger, just so like the roof doesn't look super squished, but we'll see how that looks. How tall to make ceiling? Oh, where's our flat part? Right here-ish? Never really gets as flat as it needs to be, though, does it? Until it starts going up again. Let's see, it's... Might kind of be eating the part that it's not gonna... 1, 2, 3... Okay, let's see. If I do... How tall? How... And you're not looking out that window. I can't have it like underneath the staircase. That would look weird. And that's pretty squat for a big window. So like what I'm looking at is, you'll see me later. Excellent. Not a problem. See you around. Thanks for stopping by and saying howdy. Oh, I got an ads in 3 minutes. You know what? Yeah, let me go ahead and take my quick 3-minute break now. I'm going to go ahead and run the ad. I'll be right back. And we'll continue with this. I have a kitten, yes I do. I have a kitten, how about you? We got back just in time, little Leela. Yes, we did. Can you hang out? Are you gonna like drool and sneeze on me? That's cool. These weren't my good pants or anything. I really need to get like a blanket for you. Ew. You know what? Actually, I have a blanket. Hold on. Disconnect. Here you go. How's that? Wanna say hi to camera? Say hi to camera. They don't see you because you're just a void. We are gonna go down a bit though. Okay. On the blanket, because you can drool and sneeze on that all you like. I love you to pieces, but you are a wet kitten. Alright, what are we doing? Right. Staircase. Yes. Because at about here-ish, actually, I wouldn't mind. I think about here is where it would look the best. And then it spike up over there. So let's see. Can we make that work? If I take to about here, we do our 3 windows, and then it goes back up here. Let's find out how that looks. All right, so what we'll do is... Did I get this all set up just for you to turn around and leave me? Was that all you wanted? Or is it because I don't have enough hands to pet you while I play? Here you go, Wheels. My cat's not making up her mind. Leela, I am trying to build. It's a very serious thing. We're doing very serious business. A very serious job. My life isn't a joke at all. So you're going to stand right there for a second. I'm going to splay the blanket across me legs, and then I'm going to put you right there, and you're going to just sit. Okay. And then if I tab, I'm going to clear that selection right there. We're going to bring our limit way down. All right, so we take this. Boop. Oh, I hit the wire in my ear. Ouch. Okay. If I use smear, since a smear, it just stops whenever another block gets in its way. It's a quick way to just kind of like do this. Oh yeah, I fixed that hole because I have a big brain. Okay, so we do this. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Right about here. Let me delete this. I'm gonna delete what's up above my head. All right, so now we do a path here. Cool, and I should be able to do some nice big windows here, here, and here, and it'll look good. And we have our flat area to walk, which is represented in the game. And then we can go straight up here to the tippity top. All right. All right. Let's see. Not me having trouble with this. Come on. Oh, I had a door right there I could use. Durr. What is gold? Thanks, Quackbot. I didn't know that. You're so smart and clever and wise. Not move. Clone. First point, second point, third point, bring it out. Confirm. Confirm. Kabam. Cool. I think that's a pretty decent size. And we have 1, 2, 3. These are going to be actual windows, so we'll try to glass that. And then this one could just be a fake one. Or actually, since it... Well, it depends, because like I'm pretty sure you don't normally see this. You know, what's the harm? Let's take you, put you over there too. The real struggle will be to see if we can't fit one in here as well, vertically. 1, 2, but we wouldn't be able to do one here or here. That had to be fake. We'll have to see. And of course, I'm excited to get into something where we do like a pattern down there, and like there's 3 busts that sit here. Or I don't know who they're supposed to be, but they're there. I'm super tempted to keep this close. I actually think it looks really good this way, but that's not true to the game, so... Leave, Leela? Alright, Cat's finally ready to leave. I should see how Twitch integrated that as an announcement. I have my more comfortable headphones on for now. Not more comfortable. I have my other headphones on for now. You can hear music better in this one. Now that I seen any important messages? No. Perfect. Alright, so this goes away. The lowest here. This is. At the bottom, it literally doesn't matter here. So what we're going to do is we're going to take that, smear. And pretty much what we did with the top up there, we're going to go ahead and give ourselves first, second, confirm, a quote-unquote roof. If I could stop pressing the wrong buttons, that'd be splendid. I think I've never done this before. Oh, I guess... So, no, not here. Let's... Only to about here, I think. Well, let's grab this back. Let's grab this back. Or we can even just kind of stop it right here and not address that we do that. Hmm. All right. You walk in. Big open room, 2 different wings. Still looks pretty circular. Nice big circular thing's gonna be right there. File, open reference images. Okay, yeah, so that looks almost kind of like a little balcony of sorts, rather than like a big wall. So that's what we'll have to go with. Make this look more like a balcony. It's kind of more closed than anything else. Here in these corners, we won't have to worry about too much, but we'll decorate up around here. Maybe try to put some nice columns in places. I think that'll help. And that's why this all is like flush with this bottom floor here. It looks like, because it is more like balcony than anything else. I think technically it's because the stairs are also like thicker. There's a lot less just open space here, but that's okay. We're definitely going to get a geometric pattern in here. That should be pretty quick, easy for us to like throw something together. I have some ideas for how we can do that quickly. Going into here, this is the war room, and it's still pretty big. See. Well, all of this was so I could finally get like the staircase in, which we did. And then what we'll do here, since that's supposed to look like balcony, I think that's just gonna end up being a fake window, which is okay. I don't think like I think little video gamey shortcuts like that are okay. Kind of a shame, but whatever. And what we'll do is we're going to go ahead and we'll not extrude. Well, I guess, yeah, we can technically extrude. It'll stop as well. It just requires more clicking. And then what we're gonna also do, I don't think this is the same size, but I might be mistaken there. Oh, I am not mistaken, I don't think. Cancel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 7. Place it one block inside, right there. Beat the entrance to our staircase. So let's see. Okay. Okay. I think we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. We might block this off. We might make that a staircase down. Because one of the things that's not in Northshire Abbey is like a place for like, where would all the priests and paladins sleep, you know? And I think adding little bits like that was something I'd always kind of intended to do. And in the game, this is just a wall. But why not have this be a staircase down? And like, it's not uncommon for big temples to have like an underground. And that made a lot of sense to me. Like, maybe that's where the monks, the priests, the paladins sleep. I thought that would be a good idea. So we'll keep that for now. Kind of just play with this, see how that works. Right now, everything's looking pretty symmetrical. This is as open as it needed to be. We got a little bit of space here. It's not flush, but you know, it's Minecraft. Flush is bad. Flush looks bad. Always. So we won't flush that. Might come in and get rid of some of these extra slabs, just so that looks a little cleaner on the underside for right now. We might come in here and do like wooden beams. I think that would look really good and help out, make it look stable considering how much bigger it is here compared to our reference images. You can see it's not very big in the reference image. It's also a proper circle instead of just like because I can build in kind of circles here, ironically. Yeah, I think now's about the time to finish the top, and then we can get an idea of just how big these should be. Like, because my worry is if this is that if I bring these in too much, it won't look good against this, and I don't want to restart and make everything smaller. I've kind of enjoyed the scale we're building all of this out at. So I don't want to restart it at all. So let's see. We're going to go ahead and close that. We're not doing it right now. And we're going to do this right here. Pretty sure I still have... I do. Let's see. So we're going to have a bit of space. You can see here. We have a bit of the roof here. So we need to make sure we have space, but not a whole lot. I would say that's what, maybe about 2-3 blocks. I think 3 blocks would be a good amount of space there. And the roof itself isn't very tall. We're not going to have very many blocks. So 1, 2. Big question is, because it comes here, this is all going to get flattened out, and up here is like a whole area. Jeez. Everyone I know is streaming right now. I'm not getting up though. It's only 3. I think what I should do though is aim for this to be the size of this interior one here though. Whoop. I think 19 is probably a good size. We'll let the roof come up into this a bit. One, 2, 3. And I can bring that even further in and make this... Oh. I might even do stairs. Do the stairs. Because if I do that like that... Well, yeah. Do the stairs. This is the landing for the stairs. And that's what this... The one over here is going to be. Let's think. This was tough. How do I want to... Because this needs to turn into a square, pretty much, right here. I want to leave space for the roof, for this bit of roof here. That's a pretty decent distance in, so I don't have to, like, overthink it too much. But, like... Yeah, I don't want to cut off the stairs. That's the big thing I'm thinking of right now. If we instead Oh, right. Okay, so since this... Circle into a square. You know what? Let's go grab a solid, a cuboid. Make it hollow, friend. The center, that's the center. I'm just gonna go up a little higher, so if I put that there... Because our roof can go up and over. pretty much. And then we get a smaller version of these windows right here. From here out. Technically, the windows are supposed to end here-ish. So I can do that. Alright, so if I go back to my flat shape, turn off the hollow, bring you back down. I think I had you at like 19 and that looks pretty good. Paste a copy. And real quick, I add that over the stone, yeah? Yeah. Paste a copy. $90 on that. Set U to 0. Nope. U to 90. 90, and it's the pitch. I always get those. I always get confused on those. Yeah, it's okay. Paste a copy, and then one more time. Paste. And then I think if I do that, and then I can come in here. Hold on. We'll do that. Yeah, we'll do that. Thanks, bot. Point, grab you, grab you. Let's see where we're at. Might do is erase these stairs again, but do them to end right here and make this the landing. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And then I think actually the play here, we're going to cancel that. The play here is to grab all this stone and bring it up. Let's see. So the idea here, I think this makes the most sense to become the landing. I guess all of this is going to come up too. Yeah, everything but the dark gray, essentially. All right. How does this feel compared to this as well? Is it smaller? It does look that way. We have a bit more space for the roof there. I think that was a good idea to bring it up. No. Anything doesn't look like I have. All right, so when we bring this all out, 7 blocks. Now, if I do shape, solid, cube, clear our selection. Make sure I'm nice and right in the center. That's a big thing. Like, I guess I have to make these bigger. While that doesn't feel right, I guess I don't really have a choice if I want these to actually touch on the corners. These shapes here. What I might have to do is for this, is actually punch the hole in so I see how much space I have, and then make these a bit bigger. The frames here might have to get bigger so that this doesn't look too much smaller. Like, cause it looks like this is gonna overpower this, which isn't supposed to. Like, these top windows shouldn't be that much bigger than this, but it's almost looking like that's what's about to happen. And I'm thinking it's because I made this frame kind of line up a bit too well with that interior circle. So yeah, let's separate. Keep you hollow. Hold on. There's 33. That look good? This is going to get big enough to expand the whole thing here. If I make it any bigger, it's going to have to get way big. So I don't want to make it too much bigger than 33. So let's see how this feels. Flat, regular polygon. I almost said Python. Tape. Oh, you know what I can do? I can make this a lot easier myself. I'm going to do go ahead and paste a copy there. Oh, let me actually count so I know I'm not building an even number by accident. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 15 sounds good. Now what I can do is clone. This one right here. Oops, give me 1 second. Bohi Cars, hello, hello. I hope you're still there. You got me just as I had a phone call, and I'd been waiting on that phone call for a few weeks. I had to take it. It's for some housework I need to get done here. Super happy that finally came in, though. All right, back to the build. How's that look compared to these other windows? Are these huge compared to these other? Yeah, they're kind of huge compared to this. I was worried about that. And I'm even shrinking that by a pretty decent deal, but it's about as small as I can go before things look weird. Because we have like the stairs here. So like I have to be able to like keep this all kind of consistent. And a bit more on top, but because of all of this, it's making this look off. So what if Gage Peterson, hello, hello. How you doing? Welcome back. How's everyone doing today? How's their Tuesdays? I'm very happy I got that phone call, so I'm in an elated mood. Good word, elated. I pressed the wrong button. All right, we're gonna pull this out. I'm gonna go ahead and clone this, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna see what happens if I take this. You're doing good? Excellent. I am happy to hear that. Rotate and scale. We're going to double this. Nope. No, that's too big. We might just have to expand it by hand. Okay. So let's see. It's okay for it to look a bit more squished, but we need to expand it all. Once I get the one built, I can get the other built. That's fine. But that needs to get big. Yeah. Because, like, you can see here, like, these should be the dominating feature, and right now, it's these windows up here are the dominating feature, and that's no bueno. Now, this is going to get shaped up a little differently, but honestly, most of that shape's probably going to stay. We'll try to see what we can do about adding the column look, but because it's all slanted, it might not come out okay. I might be widening those out a bit so we can get these column and arch looks in there. But the roof can just be a simple barn roof. This peak roof here is fine. It's not going to get too much taller up here to add another roof and the steeple. But that does mean like this dominates. I don't. Yeah, and I don't have a good way of making everything here smaller without starting from scratch, and I don't really want to do that. Oh, real quick, one thing I do need to do, we're going to do a magic select. That's M. We're going to grab solid, and we're going to crank our limit up. Crank our limit down just a little. Hold on one second. I know what I can do. Come all the way down here to the bottom. I have, boop. That's all we needed to do. That's all I needed to do. Now that I've done that, boom. Now we're going to go operations and hollow. And what that just did, it just hollowed everything. So all of this I have right here, boop. Look at that. Clean. Clean, clean. Okay. And yeah, that's kind of the big thing. If I remove this, let's see what happens. Okay, almost done. Perfect. And that's kind of what I'm going for. It's big, it's just so much space, but in the game, this is such a small area. But everything's so big because I built big. But I didn't really have a way to make this much smaller. Not unless I was like, Yeah, the only way I would have been able to make this smaller is if instead of like this big even circle shape we had done.
Penguin 0 Verl 0 Road rated your channel with 9 viewers.
Hi, Ames. Thank you so much for the raid. You didn't need to do that. Penguin 0 Verl 0 Ord. How are you doing today? Ames raid. How are you doing, Ames? How was your stream? Dude, you started like not that long ago. Have I really been streaming that long? I probably smell bad. Incorrect. Thank you, Dino, coming to my defense. Incorrect. I'll have you know, I showered yesterday. Hair is still feeling great and everything. This is not going the way I had planned. I'm so sorry. How was your stream? What were you streaming today? Peak Thursday? I'm available. Stream was good? Excellent. Happy to hear that. But yeah, I'm available. Dino bullied you? I don't think that's true. He would never. He spleefed in the end. He would never. No, he would definitely do that. I'm excited to try to play Peaked with Dino and Emerald. And do we know if Adrian will be able to make it too? Can we finally get a full squad? Finally make it up the mountain on a harder difficulty? All right, see, the shaping is coming along, but that's so big. I don't know how to make that smaller. See, that's what I've been working on. I've been working on this. Emerald probably won't because he's so busy. Boo! It's not the same without him. I can make this bigger. I've got room to make that bigger. That's fine. Yeah, it's so big. I guess that's fine, actually. I think if I make these bigger, this won't look as big. But yeah, I'm here. I'm building this church, this abbey, the Northshire Abbey from World of Warcraft. And right now I'm like lamenting my inability to make this look good here. Because where the stairs go in here, I have to keep it big. But at the same time, it's so big. This is dominating so much of the build, and it shouldn't be. This should be the dominating feature of the build. But you walk into here, and look, it opens up, and then you come over here to the stairs, but because of how the stairs are, and we have this platform, just like in the game, but bigger. And the stairs come up to here, and I have to open this up, obviously. But you'll come in here, and kaboom. We both got phone calls. Can't people tell we're Minecrafting? Yes. Welcome back, Bodyguard. But yeah, like I'm happy and not happy with the scale. I've never been so conflicted about just scale. How do I make this shape not so demanding? And I think if I expand the frame on this, just make this much larger for these windows, I think that solves my problem. But yeah, I don't know how to solve the problem of Emerald being too busy though. Okay, let's see if I did try, but let's see if I try just like a smaller scale though. If I bring you out, clone you, bring you over, confirm, finish, tab over to here, we're going to clear our selection. We're going to take you, Control X to cut. We're going to a rotate scale 2 times, too much, couldn't do it. Nearest neighbor, we'll do that. Xantix, hello, it's going well. We just got raided by my friend Ames, which it did it do a shout out for you, Ames? It didn't do a shout out. Let me see. I can just do that. I don't know. I was typing. Kabam! There's your
Shout out to Penguin 0 Verl 0 Road.
Kaboom. I don't know if Ames is still here. But otherwise, Buildy Church. 1.25 maybe? I found with WoW builds just how to get a few done easier. Start at the main feature inside, and the rest fell. If I'm doing interior, yeah, I am doing interior, but like the main feature for this one wasn't like in the interior because it's Northshire Abbey. Like everybody just kind of knows it from the exterior. Ooh, that scaled up pretty nice actually. 1.25 did it. I think that fixes the problem. Okay, so we're gonna leave that one there. I think that scaled up kind of nice actually. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Like, this is a little chunky, but we can smooth that out. That's fine. And whatever happened here, but we can fix that as well. Gives us a basis. So what, Bohigars, have you done Warcraft builds before? Have you built in this style? Because I'm not too sure. Like I have no idea if other people are like really trying to take on this style. Anything that starts with that graphics, they design inside, then stretch the shell to fit. Oh, yeah. Since I did it backwards, I started with the outside, and then like I went inside, and I was like, oh, wow, there is so much space for activities. And it looks like we're about to get a bit more space, because I'm going to expand this wall out 2 blocks on either side to make this fit. Maybe even 3 blocks. This could probably get, well, yeah, 2 blocks. I'm okay with this being thick. Like a bit thick frame, it's kind of supposed to be. This was supposed to be up further, and it's now not. Or can I play? But yeah, that does make sense for how they built it in the game, but I didn't really have, like, I don't think for any of these I'm going to be doing the interior first. It'll be the exterior and then working in. And that has its own pros and cons for sure, as we can see. But like that people are gonna be looking at the exteriors more than anything as it is. I definitely want to do interiors for certain. I might not do like do a build, then its interior, then the next build. I might do quite a few builds and then just have a day where we just do interiors. But yeah. Okay. This is a bit big. I don't really want to rebuild it all by hand, but I might. Oh, because this also got messed up. Oh, artifacting. It's gross. That one came out perfect. This one did not. That's the downside of the scale up. Okay. Well, it was close. We had a dream. It failed. So what I'll do instead is, I think, if I remember how I did it the first time, let me just do that. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to take this, and down to here. It's found a lot easier to copy following the same order. Most of the time you have no idea how the original is done. That's fair. Confirm. Over to here. Okay. So we know this needs to get bigger because that's just taking up too much. This is what we're looking at. This needs just to have more oomph than this, and it doesn't right now. We're almost there. Like I think we're pretty close. And when I saw that bigger frame next to it, I felt a lot better about it. So I think we go 3 out. Actually, you know what? And I can still use that other frame, can't I? So what we'll do, I am going to grab this again. Control X. Rotate scale. Should still have. Oh. X. I know that's still messed up, but that's okay. We're just gonna move this to over here. I'm not gonna worry about the windows. We're not gonna pester ourselves with that part just yet. We're just gonna line that up there. And we're gonna line up where we think we would like this to be so we can bring it out a bit more since it's a bit thicker. And we can bring it down a bit. Actually, it doesn't have to come down that much at all. It can be about, this should be about in line with where we're putting the roof. Let's bring this back up to where it was. I think that's actually kind of better like that, but we do need to bring it out. We need a bit of space for roof. You can see that right here, like there's a little bit of space just right here. That's all. And I think that kind of gets that. And what I'll have to do is just redo the window part, and that's so easy. That's fine. And I'll see just how thick the interior wall is and everything. I don't need it to be like uber. Let's see. 1, 2. How far out is that? One, two. Okay. So what that makes it from here to there, I want to make sure it's still in Minecraft units fine. So from this interior door to the wall, 15 blocks. Okay. Rotate, bring you over to here. One and two. It should, from here to here, 15 blocks. Clear. The only thing to double check is 1, 2. 1, 2. Perfect. Lined up perfect. I love Axiom because when in doubt, make it bigger. And apparently that just keeps working. And until it stops working, I'm going to keep doing it. All right, there's that one. There's that one. Perfect. Okay, let's see. And that's just where the roof's going to be. And I think that really did help so much. with making that not completely that. It's still so big though, and I just I might still have a play with the shape on that. That's still really big. I do need to fix some of this, or it's gonna drive me batty. I don't know why I'm being so weird about that. Hold on. All I really need to do is bup. You're back. What am I doing? I'm building an Axiom in Minecraft. No, I'm building church. I'm building this big church. I'm struggling with the proportions on those top windows though. This is my reference image right here. I have this, and I'm getting happier. I'm cleaning up the detailing on this. I just scaled it up. I'm happy with how big this is. That's pretty good to me. But these are too big. What will be the new religion? The light. Praise be the holy light, I guess. Maisri hail. Put you there, put you there. Like that. Wait. Is that what it did to me? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's why that looks so weird. Ooh, I like how that one fixed it, though. Better not be duck religion. Carlos would like to join. Who's Carlos? 1, 2. Wait. Ruler from here to here. Okay, 33. That makes sense. Is this an inside joke I don't understand? He's a chicken. Carlos is a chicken. Okay. 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I need another full lip up here and here. And in here and in here. That's what needs to happen. So we're going to extrude you out and you out. I'm going to extrude you out and you out. Carlos the chicken would like to join a duck-based religion. Interesting. Nah? Oh, okay. Not interesting. He is just joshing. Carlos is an atheist. Okay, Carlos, the atheist chicken, does not want to join a duck-based religion. Understood, I guess. Back into here. I'm going to grab our shapes. We're going to just grab a disc. Bring it way down in size, buddy. How easy that is. Make it out of stone. Allium had a chicken she had named Carlos. Oh, on the Emerald's SMP. Okay, I see. I see. Yeah, I tried to jump into Allie's stream and I logged in and I got in just as she was saying goodbye. And then she never came in here and said hi. But okay, I understand. that. Perhaps a skill issue. Perhaps. Player selection first. We're going to take all of this, and I'm going to go ahead and delete this real quick. And we're going to rebox select this. Enter, Control J. Rotate that out, bring it on over here. Is that a perfect fit? Did you see they are adding shelves to Minecraft? I did not see that, no. Is that like a very new announcement they just made? I heard something about bedrock building might be changing as well. Or that they had, like, somebody in chat was saying something about bedrock getting an update of something. Tweet came out an hour ago. Just as that you got a new bookcase. I think that's true. I think it's that's how your prophecies work, right, Ames? Is whether or not you buy furniture. Yeah, I'm much happier with the size of that. We might try to integrate this with the door as well. Because you're the main character? Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. That makes sense. I did hit 200 followers. Thank you. Actually, I have 201 followers now. That's wild. And then I got a subscriber today. Well, a resubscriber. But still. Okay, with as big as this is now, and I think that's a good size. I still think that's a bit too big. But I don't know the fix. I don't know the fix. Because the roof's going to come up and over. But, like, I need a place for the staircase to go. So I can't, like, put this here. Like, I can't make this much smaller than it is. Like, I can make it a wee bit smaller. Or I just kind of eat it, and I let it be this size. My brain hurts figuring this out. Am I crazy? Like, does this look too big? Is this, or does this look fine? Am I overthinking it? Compared to the reference image. Granted, it doesn't help that everything kind of leans a little bit and is a bit more squished than I can make it in Minecraft. But, like, am I crazy? That's also so big. I would like to get this a lot smaller, honestly. Let's see. If I do a block, and I do this and this. Let me just move it straight up and over there a sec. Let's see. I would like to get all of this a bit smaller up there at the top. So let's do a shape. Let's do a solid, a cuboid.
Wildy Coyote followed your channel.
Wildy Coyote, thank you so much for the follow. How are we doing today? Welcome to stream. Two raids, 3 streams. Aha. Okay, I was wondering if he came in with the raid. Mine's gonna be a far more chill stream. Who raided you, Ames? John Cena did. Oh. I see where the raid train came from. Fair enough. I didn't see John Cena though. Haha, that's a wrestling joke right there. Dino, any ideas for this, by the way? Love to be part of one someday. Same, actually. Do you have any ideas for how I can do this? Thank you so much for the redeemed check-in. Whenever, like... So, this is what I'm trying to build, is the steeple here, which is kind of squished, so, like, which is fine, okay, it's not a big tower, but you can see here, you've got, it's not a shared world. And you need, like, a lot, it's a mod pack. But, so you've got the circle here, like, this is where that roof is. I don't know why it flattens here, I'm going to ignore that. You're a big lurker? That's perfectly fine. You get rewarded in my stream for lurking. The whole gold system and everything you get just for hanging out. You get more for chatting and, you know, subs and follows, etc. But, yeah. But yeah, this is, the scale of this is what's messing me up. Like, here comes the money. Yeah. I pay people to be here. That's definitely what it is. But if I put this on top where it was, you can see, like, the scale is off to me. And I might just be overthinking it. If I am, let me know. But it feels like this should be like 25% smaller than what it is. But I don't know how to get that to fit on this without it looking real jank. And without the interior breaking, because my staircase ends right here. I could make these a bit longer, which allows me to at least fit the staircase in a bit. Right, the scale being off is one thing, but, like, it should at least feel about the same. Like, these should feel smaller than this, and I don't know how to get there. The Taurus needs a roof. Yeah. I mean, it's not a full Taurus yet, but how about what we could do? I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. I'm going to bring this down here for a second, just because I have distant horizons and that gets wonky if I don't. What is Taurus? You'll see. It's a shape. So what we'll do real quick is I can just throw up a quick Taurus. The dark gray thing, yes. We're going to do the Taurus. It's a donut. A Taurus is a donut. I'm going to take my rotation and reset it. Correct. I had to build this by hand. So, but what I can do just for a quick thing. 27 maybe. Whoop. Yeah. Listen here, nerds fighting in my chat. Granted, this roof is overhanging, whereas this one, it doesn't. Well, it kind of does. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to say this overhangs because of the way they try to paint on those textures. Not by that much, though. Thanks, bot. I think 81 will do it. It's a pretty flat roof, all things considered. This is a real quick sketch for a roof. We got that. And then if I grab all of this again. That's about centered, I think. I don't know. So that's still too big though, right? Yeah. Hmm. Because this is actually gonna. This might even have to widen out a bit more. These edges right here, and here, in order to like properly make the cube size, sides. If I bring the roof in anymore, I cut into where these stairs are gonna be. Hmm. If I do a shape, clear selection, flat, regular polygon, 5-sided. Do the light gray that I've been a fan of so far. Oh. Okay, let's see. I think what I got to do is just figure out the size that I want these to be at and just literally make it work from there. Or does it make architectural sense? It doesn't matter. And I feel like 19 is just kind of like the better size for the top of this. Oop, I didn't mean to grab that whole thing right there. No, 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 no. Wrong button. I just extrude you now. Ames, you shared a story. Grats. I'll have to check that out later. Wasn't expecting that from my playlist, but alright. 1:15? Seems kind of long, but honestly, these were kind of long, so I think that's okay. Is it right on top of this one first block? It is. Right on top of this one first block. Megan loves the bread, I've just realized. If I do that, and then come back, we're going to do another solid, our cube. Come on down here, we're going to do this, bring this all the way up. Oh. Could do that. This isn't a perfect square. So if I simply let this like not be a perfect square, that could work. I don't know. Do I like the size of these windows now though? That's probably what's messing me up so much because this isn't. It's more like it kind of flares out as it goes up and then goes right back in. Kind of more like a diamond. It is more like a diamond actually. Do I have an easy diamond shape? That's not it. kind of a bit closer to that, and then it goes up, and that's a bit too big. That'll be easy to close off. Kind of closer to that, and then I just connect those. I think that wouldn't look too bad. How centered am I though? Perfect. I'm right on the center. Right on the money. I need the height to give me the oomph. Easy to fix, and we'll make sure we keep our existing right there. Let this all get closed up by the roof here. That might look just fine. Once I get that roof fully built. Like, that's a super smooth thing. It's still not quite there, though. Because Minecraft. I don't think that would work. Annoying. Okay, that is centered. Okay. All right, so we're gonna grab all of this. We're gonna do an operation and hollow. Then we're gonna clear our selection. Okay. Same house, same house. How are you doing today, Eunice? How's it going? Thank you for the redeem. You see progress. Yeah, a bit of progress. A bit. So, we redefined, like, we made this bigger. The windows that are going to be right here. And right now we're messing with the scaling for the very top. And I think we're about there. I think this is probably the closest I'm going to get to, like, happy with it. Up top, a bit of that top of the cube is going to go get shaved off as we add a roof. Because this is the part right here. When I originally built it, it had, like, it was this big. And it's just too big. It was taking up too much of the space. This is supposed to be the dominant feature, this big window, the two of them. And that was just, like, too much. I am curious if I should make this just a little bigger to better fit on this cube. But overall, I'm not very displeased. Oop. Let's see if I do another shape. It's looking good. Well, thank you. Yeah, I've been kind of. It's just getting all the shapes right, and it's just slowly working on me getting faster at being able to do that. Let's pick that up. Oop. You should be 90. And you should be 90. I don't want to get back into here where it's too big, but it also needs to kind of feel like it fits. Use this color. Oh, we got an ad break in 3 minutes. How about we paste a copy there? I think this might be the size. Paste a copy there. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cheat a bit because messing with the roll thing is kind of a pain in the butt. We're just going to clone this. Then you just control R and do that perfectly like that. 1 and 1. Perfect. Confirm. And then one more right here. Confirm. Finish. Perfect. And then we're going to go ahead and grab our erase tool. I'm going to erase this and that. I'm going to go ahead and delete. Delete. Oops. my favorite thing about Axiom is I can just kind of keep making mistakes and tweaking things until I'm happy with it. Delete. And now all I need to do is mirror. I am still going. How you doing, Evil Dead? As far as I'm really just into the project right now, and I really want to kind of like make real progress on it. I'm gonna keep saying the word real apparently, which is real. Okay, I am not leaving. I will be back, but I've got ads starting in just a minute, and I have been trying to make sure to take actually use that time to take a quick break, make sure I get my water filled up and all of that. So I'm gonna go ahead and start the ads real quick. I will be right back. Don't leave, Evil. I'd love to hear about your day. And then I will hollow this out and we'll see how that looks. Break is good. Yeah, it's just going to be a quick 3-minute break as the ads go because they're starting in 2 seconds. I'll be right back, guys. And I'm back just in time for ads to start wrapping up. I don't know if you guys can see him, but Cooper's here with us too. I got my little building buddy back there. Okay, so not that, but we're gonna grab our magic select. We're gonna select all of this, and we'll go back to operations and hollow. There we go. Perfect. And then what we can do is shrink that, shrink that, shrink that, and shrink that. All right, I think that scale is, I'm a lot happier with this than I was with that big one over there. Yeah, I think this fits a lot better. And then we'll drop a roof and a steeple. And I mean, yeah, that's kind of it. Cool. And now that we have this almost like wrappered, I think it's also like, honestly, I'm thinking about it. I don't think this should get too much smaller, or I don't think it would like scale well. Color, hey, how you doing? You got me just as I came back from a break, just as ads finished. Whee. I don't need this anymore. We're not going to be using that. And I don't need this anymore. We won't be using that. Skills. Exactly. Yeah, I'm here building church. I'm building a big church, a big abbey. I'm building this one, the Northshire Abbey from Warcraft. And I'd been struggling with the scale of these windows up here because everything kind of gets shrunk down up here. But for the interior, I've got my staircase right here. Oh my goodness, I did not just do that. Hold on. Clear selection, grab this, and then delete. There we go. That's better. I'm pretty happy with, like, exterior-wise, I'm happy with how this is looking. This roof is going to kind of come up and, like, get married into all of this. It'll help clean all that up. I'm just going to deal with the fact that this is here, like, this corner. It's not in the reference images. It's kind of, like, not like that. But, so, this is more of a diamond shape than a cube with a house with a roof on it. And we looked into doing that, and it just no. It's kind of like a lot of this other stuff. Like right here, you can see all of this leans forward a little bit, and it just no, it doesn't look good in Minecraft. So we're not gonna do that. So we'll just I'll put columns or little arches or something. We'll find a way to make this like blend in a bit better. In the game, in World of Warcraft, this is actually a lot smaller than it is here. This looks like a grand cathedral right now. Which, I mean, abbeys are usually kind of big. Especially established ones with vineyards and everything are usually pretty big. So I'm not too upset about it. Before we start detailing too much else, I might take some of these shapes that we've made and we might try to squeeze it down. Who's Abbey? Abbey of Northshire. Oh, this is so big. I don't know if building at the scale is a good or bad idea yet. Before we really are like cement ourselves. I'm very happy I did it for like this. I don't really want to rebuild everything, but that's what's best for it. That's what's best for it. Start adding roofs there. A roof here. Like how you had asked a question and Quackbot decided to give an answer. Not the right answer, but an answer. What's up, Cooper? If I'm remembering correctly, it's not like the cathedral itself is much bigger than Northshire Abbey. Because there's going to be a large geometric pattern down here. We have to put a roof just above the windows here. There's going to be a geometric pattern on it. And kind of dome it a little bit. So, like, the space between here and here is going to get kind of domed with a pattern. This door technically doesn't exist in the game. It's just something I put there for now. This is a library. This is a war room. It's big. Let me see. If I do the ruler from our bottommost block to that 74 blocks. Honestly, it's not that tall. Even when I add in like the roof and everything, it's not going to add much more than like maybe 10-ish blocks. Why does it look so big? Is that just a Minecraft thing? It is big. It is. Like, it is and it isn't. Like, 74 doesn't sound that big, but it is big. And if you look, like, I do have reference images of the interior. You can kind of see my intentions. Like, I want it to be kind of true to the game. Like, I want people to be like, I know what that is. But at the same time, you know, I do want to be able to expand upon it. Because, like, their library is, like, 3 shelves in World of Warcraft. We can make that bigger. Why not? I don't mind expanding upon it. Yeah, my player's 2 blocks tall, which is true. So, like, this room right here with this big table and the 3 people standing around it, that's this. That's what this room is. This for this reference. There's a staircase. You go in, and there's a staircase right here. You go up, and that's this balcony right here that wraps around. So I'm like standing right here. That's this whole room. The whole point of this whole, like, series is for me to, like, learn to build, to get more comfortable building. So I'm not completely against redoing some things. At the same time, I don't necessarily want to. But that is a lot of space. Because I also have to remember any trees that I build have to, like, fit alongside this without looking like bushes. Like, trees have to be able to look like trees next to it. That's the interior one. Like, you see the trees should be about the same size, if not taller. Like, the Abbey's still going to be taller than most of the trees, but, like, you see what I'm saying? And in some areas, you could see, on the overhead, this little building here, like, that's a stable. In front of the door, NPC, but yeah. Yeah. So, like, the church itself is big compared to the player. Everything is, because it has to account for an overhead camera. It's not a first person. That's another thing that's kind of, like, messing the scale up a little bit, is WoW is a 3rd-player game. And, like, you can see the trees are always huge, and they're really spread out to accommodate the camera. I was always going to make the forest far more dense. That's still in the play. 4 times as big as the player. 4 to 5, yeah. That's just the door. And mine? Let's see. Let me not get too dirty with the reference images yet. 10 blocks right there. Roughly the same, actually, for the door. Yeah, so it's a little bigger, but... What about the width? I don't know, pretty wide. I'd say easily 4 to 5 players could fit across that. But I'm bad at scale, so I could be wrong. And I could jump into the game, too. Like, there's nothing stopping me from doing that. Give me a second, actually. Music's gonna change. Well... Yeah, the music's gonna change. I'm gonna take a quick walk around and see just how much bigger I'm making this. Let me do my window capture here. I'm gonna pause my music. Why did my window capture break? Right, exactly. Turn you down a little bit. Give me a second. I'm gonna redo the Minecraft window. There's the Minecraft window. World of Warcraft study break. How you doing, Lord Thaddeus? Welcome, welcome. Okay. That's not, hold on. Hey, there we go. That worked. How goes the build study? It goes. Hold on. I got a button that lets me transform. I don't ever use it on her. Bam. There we go. Now I'm smaller. So like 1. Yeah, I'd say about 5 people. It definitely looks a lot because of the stairs, of course. But you walk in. Oh, you don't have a door. You don't have a... That's just a straight up open area. Okay, I need to remove that wall right there. Stand next to the blocks. Go back. The bricks. Oh, I see what you're saying. These bricks. Yeah, right. Because counting. That's 2, 1, 2 and a half. Like 3 people tall. So yeah, I might be building too big. You're a brick. All right. Yeah, I think I might be building kind of big. Thank you, Qbot. Yeah. I do have to remove this wall. I have a wall right here. I thought I had that was supposed to be there. It's not. I got to remove that. Yep. Not even inspiration. It's straight up like that's what I'm doing is Warcraft. You can see how much smaller these side rooms are. It's supposed to be a lot. It's a bit tighter. Some of this isn't gonna make it in. It'll be like a painting or something. In here, this is that other wing. And so, like, this is what takes me an eternity to cross. It's just this one room. I do want to see one thing. Okay, so we come up here. It doesn't help that this is all polygons instead of a... And I put a circle inside, but I thought that looked better. I can double wall? I can double wall. Are you talking about, like, I could double and triple wall? That would reduce the size in the interior a bit, for sure. And let me do, like... some extra things. But what one of my minor concerns is as I was looking at it isn't just that this is too big. Hold on. Let me make sure I can actually freely fly about. Isn't just that I was building this too big, which is definitely a concern. And yeah, you can see like it's supposed to be flushed here, and I don't have that right now. Making it all smaller will help. And this is the whole valley that I'm creating. Like, all of that's not going to be on fire anymore. I'm doing a post-everything build. And I'm going to be expanding upon, like, there's a mine. And, like, this should be able to have, like, amenities for miners that are using the mine, for farmers using the vineyards, stuff like that. So I'm fine with adding to that, but they don't all have to be in the exact same building. So the Abbey's going to be different and grow. But my concern is if I build that at the size it currently is, if it doesn't start looking like the Cathedral of Light right here, which would be not bueno. Because, like, I went and walked inside the interior just as you were coming in. I'm also explaining for the others color. I walked into the interior, and it feels a lot like walking into here. Except for somehow mine is grander and more majestic. And that's the concern. So crap, I think I made my entire building just a little too big. I think the whole thing needs to shrink by about 25%. And I don't think there's a shrinking, like a descaling. Maybe. But I don't think it'll look good. But maybe. But I don't think it'll look good. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and exit this. We're going to jump back over. Ta-da-da. And you guys can see. I can turn the music back on right quick at least. Yeah, I made everything a little too big. a little. This wall needs to go away. I don't know why I thought I had a wall there. There's just an open circle. So yeah, you can kind of see where mine's a bit more majestic than the Abbey inside the game, and I'm okay with that to an extent, but maybe not to this much of one. Okay, let's delete you. Let's do a magic select. We'll do solid. I don't think this is going to work, but we can definitely give it the old college try. Oh. I made a mistake. I didn't mean to cut. No, not quite a one-to-one replica. Because like there's a lot for WoW that, you know, just because of concerns of the game, they don't add in. Like there's no sleeping quarters in the Abbey. It's supposed to be where the priest, when Stormwind was first attacked by the orcs, priests were like, oh, we need to help, and they developed. That's where paladins were first created. So like this is a place where warriors train, where there's a mining operation that brings stuff to Goldshire. There's a vineyard. Like the whole valley is almost a small town in and of itself, with the Abbey as its center. Like I'm happy to add that extra infrastructure and that extra story. I'm perfectly content with that. But the Abbey here, once we go to build Stormwind, I can't have Northshire Abbey look like the main cathedral of the capital. You know what I mean? Priests don't sleep, they meditate. Yeah, but, you know, maybe the Jedi paladins meditate or sleep. I don't know. But that's the concern. I am going to see. I've never, ever done a negative scale. I don't think I can. Oh my goodness, somehow I can. I don't think this will work, but it scales down. Interesting. Okay. Negative 0.25 was super tiny. If I make it... I'm not sure how this works in negatives, and I see that number. Give me a second. Can't say that's it either. Might just be rebuilding everything. Last idea I had was to rotate scale. I think that's the closest so far. It's weird that it like, did it just flip it all upside down as well? I feel like it just flipped everything upside down. But it didn't make anything smaller that time. It just flipped it all? Yeah, everything's like the same size. Interesting. It just mirrored it. Okay, well, that's enough playing with that, I guess. Because, yeah, even... Right. I'll definitely do the second one faster, I guess. Yeah, I don't think there's a way around it. Because of how big I made this initial circle, you walk in and it's so grand. Alright, well, at least we have an idea for like this stuff, and I can still do that. But even if I double or triple wall the interior, it's not going to shave like that much off, I don't think. Because, yeah, this room is still huge, even with triple walls. Even if I did literally all the walls like that, it would be huge. Even to just give me, like, a place to do, like, extra details. Alright, well. Live, learn, and keep living and learning. Control X to cut. Move you out of my way. Whoop. There it is. Center. I didn't realize I took my center marker with it. Oh well. That was a good start. All right. We're going to start again. So this isn't quite a circle. It's not even quite an octagon, honestly. Let's jump back in. Let me see if I can't get a better view. I thought I had enough reference images, but we'll get another good look at everything. I'm gonna lower that their game audio for just a little bit. Definitely my own ears. But yeah, big fear. That's the big Church of Stormwind. Can't have the little abbey over here. It's important in its own right, but can't be, you know, more grandiose than that. When I go to expand on this city, though, oof, that's going to be a lot. All right. But yeah, a real thick frame. Just everything does kind of lean forward a bit, and that's not something I can easily replicate in Minecraft, so I'm just not gonna. It needs to be significantly smaller. Oh, this is just straight up a square. That's probably another reason I had such an issue with things. Because I made this a big circle on the originally, but it's really not. It is just a square with this shoved inside of it. That's why it gets flat out here. I bet because I thought it was more of an octagon and it wasn't. Because you have this that threw me off, but it's not. It is just a square. Okay, so square, square. That'll make things a lot easier, honestly. The stairs inside certainly aren't. They are... You walk in... This wall right here is probably what I was imagining right there. But you walk in, you get the stairs, and I kind of had that ish right, except for it's a lot closer to this wall here. And it's just this, and then you have... It's almost like a balcony. Whoop, I fell. And it's got its own, like, that's the roof. So this is all, like, inside that roof. And then it goes up again into here, which is supposed to be pretty small and cramped and whatnot. It's like some extra storage that they have. I don't know why they put the wine all the way up here, but they do. Now, like, as far as, like, little extra things, I was like, oh, they need a place to sleep and live and exist when they're not, like, out here. And it made a lot of sense to me that we can just, like, have a door right here. Just right there, and go downstairs and have it. We could do an entire underground. That's just ours. That's just an extra thing that I built. You see here, this is the library wing, which was a lot smaller. Or yeah, it's a lot smaller here than it is in the original build. And you have a little area up on the second floor, and you have a little area down here on the first floor. So like, but otherwise it should be the same size as this. Just this is open. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and I was pretty happy with how this came. Okay, there are windows here. That's good. I was pretty happy with how these rooms came out in the original build. I just make them smaller. Should be easy. Okay, it's a square with just a single corner cut out for the door. That's not hard. That's not hard at all. Okay. Well, let's see. I will say, how about we start this tomorrow and we'll rebuild the whole thing smaller. It is Tuesday, which means it is, I've got stuff I have to do. It's reset day in WoW, so I have stuff I have to do in that anyways. And it's nearly dinner time, and I only ate, like, a pretty small breakfast, so I need to go find dinner before I can get started and help my guilds out in WoW. Because that's what I do on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tuesdays and Thursdays. So, we have a plan. We will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yes. Thursday, I have a small appointment in the morning, I believe, and I won't be able to stream on Friday because I have an afternoon one. More accurately, my wife has those, but I'm her driver, so I have those. And we will be right back right here. I will remake the Northshire Abbey. I'm going to make this not a circle. I'm going to make it a square because that's what it is. That helps. I'm going to make it all at a better scale, and we're going to take everything that we learned, getting back into the rhythm of things, and we should be able to actually hopefully start shaping and coloring things properly by the end of tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's see if there's anybody hanging out that I can maybe raid or something. I don't know who all's still streaming. Raid. Not at this moment, there's not. Oh, there is one. Which is Calvin. But, no. I think I'm going to let you guys go from here. And I will, cause I'm not gonna be able to, like, hang out. And I feel bad if I raid and I can't hang out a bit. Alright, you guys have a great day. I will see everyone tomorrow. And, ciao.